Welcome, I'm back. Oh. How are you? I am doing alright. I was like, well, I have the energy, but I don't have the energy. I've got like 3 days before the end of the vacation, and I just can't seem to find the motivation to do anything. I'm like, I've got so much to do, and I don't want to do anything. I want to work on this, I want to work on the other game, I want to get the car fixed, I want to work on the audio booth. I don't feel like I wasted this summer. Sometimes I feel like I waste the summer. I don't feel like I wasted the summer. I got quite a bit accomplished, but not nearly as much as I would like, you know. Today I am tired. Yesterday I was really tired, and then the day before the heat's just been, what, like 120 some odd degrees outside. It's like crazy temperatures in Florida. The feel-like temperature, not the actual temperature. Oh, get this going. Oh, look, there I am live. Oh, I was going to stream the other day, and I was like, I don't feel like it. When I was going to stream, I took a nap and decided not to. It was all over the place. Anyhoodle, the goal for today is to optimize this function here. So, in theory, it shouldn't take me too long, but so what's happening is on the construct building, there is this resource check. It checks to see if you have the correct number of resources, and then it makes the building. Well, when I construct a ship, we do the same thing, right? And when I construct something else that needs a resource check, I have to run this again and then again. So it's not that this is a bad approach, but the general rule of thumb is you don't want to repeat code. If you're going to do something multiple times, it's better off being wrapped into a function that you can call. And there are times where I need to call this, and I'm like, I don't want to write that stupid thing again. So really, this is just performance-wise, I don't think it matters, but for ease of use, I need to make a function out of it. So the planet.cpp file is where building things happen. So it makes sense to put it there, although I could put that on the game mode and have that be the thing that runs that function. It doesn't really matter. But at the very least, it makes sense to put it on the planet. So I'm going to go to planet.h, wherever that's hiding. Planet.h. And we'll hop down into the functions. Okay. And then, of course, I do want to expose it to Blueprint. That way I can call it in Blueprint if I need to. So I've got construct building, construct ship. And I will actually put this above them. So u function. The order that you put your functions doesn't matter. However, Visual Studio will organize these in the order that they are placed. So for searching purposes, this will appear above these. And I want this to be Blueprint callable. I've got these marked as virtual because I was going to make them overrideable, but I don't think I ever override this function. So I won't mark it virtual, but I do want it to be an F string. The reason I want it to be a string is I want this to be able to return out a message. Although if I change the messaging system, if I change out how the messaging system works, then I don't have to do that. But right now, these return as strings. The reason is it returns a value that becomes a message that I can throw to the screen. Again, if I change the messaging system, that can change as well. This is going to be check available resources. This needs to take in the resources Hey, welcome to the stream. Since I'm always checking on the planet, I don't need to pass in the planet's resources, but I do need to pass in the resources of the thing that I want to check against. So seriously? It is e-resource type, isn't it? E-resource type. Yeah, there it is. This needs to be an array, I think. Do I need to take in both the types and the amount? I think so. That's going to be a float. And I'll do this as in resource types and in resource amounts. And then I can do a quick action, and we will pop that in here. I'm going to change the location of it. I'm going to put it here. Okay. So in the construct building function, a couple things that get checked. First is it a valid player, and do we own the planet? If we don't own the planet, we can't construct a building. If the building's already constructed, building is already constructed, right? If the building is already in the queue, it says, hey, it's already in the queue. Cool. Now, it doesn't really matter which way this happens, but if it's constructed, we don't need to do anything else. If it's not constructed, it could be in the queue. So that's why queue is second in my order of operations. There is a check to see if the planet has if the planet has the correct number of resources. So like a planet could have one resource type, but the thing that you're trying to build requires two resource types. Right, so it could check those. Well, if that initial check fails, it just says, hey, you don't have enough resources. And that exits. If that passes, it goes down and does the actual check on each individual resource. And then down here it checks to see if the resources are the same amount anyway. Like this one and this one are the same. It's a bit of redundancy, so I think I can nuke that. So I'm going to rewrite this and then see if my logic is the same. Okay. So we want to check whatever the resources are against the planet's resources. So we'll do 4 equal to 0, I is less than planet stats dot resource that's an array, right? Yeah. Resource types dot num I plus plus. Okay. So we're going to go through all the available resources on the planet and check them against the resources that are coming in. 4 n is equal to 0, n is less than n resource types dot num n plus plus. Okay, so once we're in here, we're going to see if planet stats dot resource type I I'm going to see if that's the same as the in resource type dot n. And we can check the amount, and I'll just wrap this. Planet stats dot resource amount. Needs to be greater than or equal to the in resource amounts n. Something that's bugging me. It doesn't matter. It's just a thing for my brain. Okay. All right. A bit tired. My logic may not work, but if the resource on the planet is equal to one of the resources in the list, and that resource on the planet is greater than or equal to the amount that is required by that object, then we're going to add it to a temporary list. So I need to do t-array Control plus R. Interesting. I've never used that one, so I don't know. Normally I would do it, whoops. I would do a control find, and I would do it this way, but yeah, I guess you could do it that way. You learn something new every day. Thank you, Ian. Oh, I'm doing in resource amount, or no, I'm doing resource type. Sorry. And this needs to be sometimes my brain just doesn't think. Do you have that issue? My brain just does not want to think today. What do I want to do with this? Do I want to capture all the resources, or do I want to only catch the ones that are missing? What do I want to do with this thing? Maybe this one is missing resources. Maybe I spelled that wrong. There we go. How's your evening going? Mine is full of not wanting to think. I'm going to throw this away. Maybe I'll think a little bit better in a minute. Oh. Oh, okay. So, I think I'm trying to do too many things in this function. My brain is trying to account for deducting the resources. So, down here, do I deduct early? Now I compare and I add them to my list, and then when do I deduct them? I deduct them later. Okay. I could make a separate function for deducting resources, though. Really just does the same thing. Alright, so this function I'm just returning out. I'm just checking to see if the resources are available. And then I want to return out if not. So if those resources are not available, I want to send a message of what it is. So how do I want to capture that? So if I run through this, let's say we check I. It'll be I against all the different resources. And then anything that's not comparable to I, to this one, would get added to some list. But then, let's say I is 1 in the next case, it would do that again, and then again, or however many times. So I really only want to do it so if I do a not equal instead, my logic brain is failing tonight. Because if it has the resource type, I want to make sure we're checking on there. I don't feel like my brain is firing on all cylinders tonight. It just isn't. Alright, so if I am... well, if it's not equal to it, then we can add it, but I want to check that as well. I think I will have to do this. Alright, so if it's not there, or if it is there but it's not the right amount. I do missing resource dot add unique. That's going to be thanks, intelligence. That's not what I wanted. I don't know if that's a good check though, because now there's something wrong with my check. So I'm not accounting for. Hey, welcome to the stream. I'm not accounting for. I'm not accounting for resources that are not needed. This is just checking resource against resource. Yeah, let me scrub this. That's not the right way of thinking. I know I'm going in circles. I'm just trying to sort how my brain is working. So while I'm here spinning my wheels, what are you guys up to? What brings you online tonight? I'm going to go look at my thought process down here. Yeah, I'm just not getting it today. Sorry, sometimes I'm dumb. I just can't think. Because as I'm running it through my head, I keep running into the same logic trap of grabbing resources that I don't need in the list. So I'm trying to find a cleaner way of doing that. I know, it's not fun watching me stare at the screen. Well, I'd love to be a super genius and have the answer right away, but I don't have it. Ugh. So in my original version of this, I captured the planet's resources, and I was going to create a separate list for missing. Why did I not do that? Keep thinking I'm going about this the wrong way. because I'm hitting a bit of a mental trap here. I don't see a solution. What if instead I did a while loop and I checked? If I just have it say not enough resources, then I can end at, again, we can just check and compare if the number of resources coming in is different than the resources at the planet. That would be a simple solution. But I want to capture each resource that we're missing and report that. That way when you're on the planet and you hit it and it goes, not enough resources, you're like, well, which one do I need? Like in StarCraft, it'll say not enough minerals or not enough gas. It doesn't say not enough resources. Like, well, which one's missing? All right. What if I do it yeah, I keep running into that same problem in my head. I guess I'll have to illustrate it for you. So like I'm staring at the screen, but I'm staring at the screen because I keep running the loop in my head. Let me. Hold on a second. Oh, they made word goofy. No. What is all this extra crap? What is this nonsense? When did they add that? Why would they do that to me? Alright. This is what I'm doing in my head here. So we'll pretend that alright, so we have hydrogen, petroleum, and iron. It doesn't matter their order. Alright, and this is yeah, like the personal assistant thing. I don't know. I'm not a big fan of Cortana or whatever those goofy things are. I don't mind ChatGPT. Like if I go up and I'm like, hey, I want to run this across a thing that thinks better than me, sure. But to have it there, infusing itself in everything I do, I don't like that. As much of a struggle as it is, I prefer to think for myself most of the time. Okay, so we'll say current resource, you know, whatever. And we'll call this one item resource. Yeah, exactly, right? They're forcing it upon you. Okay. So, let's say we go to a planet and that planet only has one resource. And the item that I want to get you know, needs 3 possible resources, right? So on the loop, on the first instance of the loop, it would check and say, hey, these two match. Right, so when you do a double loop, so we'll, I guess, copy the loop in here to see how this works. So when the loop is 0, stop highlighting everything. That's annoying. I should have just done this in Notepad. When the loop is 0, we'll have this one, right? And these can be in any order, so it doesn't really matter if it's hydro, petroleum. They can be in whatever order. But in this case, at 0, this one is hydro. And then when this one is at 0, again, these could be in any order. So in this case, it just happens to be that both of them have hydro in the same order. We get confirmation, yay. But when you nest a loop, the outer loop runs one cycle. The inner loop runs runs as many as there are. So let's say this has 1, right? This one has 3 to check. When this is 0, it'll go 0, 1, 2. And then it'll finish, and then this one will go back to 0. This will go to 1. And then this will go 0, 1, 2, 3, and then the next one, and then 0, 1, 2, 3. So one issue that you would run into is, so if it's just the one item, it would check both of these, and then I'd get one comparison of coal, but then I'd have two that come up nay, and then that would be, if I'm going to add them back to a list, like I'm adding them to my missing list here, I would get two things on the missing list, right? So I'll just put the missing list down here. So I get two things on missing. Right? And that might work fine if I only have one resource on the planet. But if I happen to have, 3 resources on that planet, right? What happens is, on 0, again, this walks through 0, 1, 2. We get a match on 1, 2 of them come up missing. Then this goes to the next instance and compares, does the same thing again. We would get one match and then 2 that are not. So we would end up with, if we're using this one, they're the same, I know, but illustrations are illustrations. So on 1, we would match petro, and we would have hydro and iron. So then on the missing list, we would get 2 more added to the missing list. It would be hydro and iron. And then when this is 2, we would compare the iron, and that would come up yay, but then we would end up with hydro and petro that are not correct. And these would pop in this order. So I would actually end up, so if it had more than one resource on the planet, I would end up with way more resources in my missing list because it would hit that in multiple times. That's why I was going to do an add unique. But, here's the but. Let's say my train derailed. It happens. Let's say the item that you're building only needs 2 resources and the planet has 3 resources. Well, you'd end up with kind of the same situation. The one on here that fails the comparison would still get added to the missing list. Let's say it had it ended up having hydro and petro, and those were good on what we needed, but then we would end up with one thing on the missing list. But we don't need it, but it would be flagged. You see what I mean? I'm like, huh. I'm in that logic trap of that. That's why I think a while loop might be better, because I can do I can do while. I guess I would check the incoming resources. It'd be better to check in resource type. And what would be my check here? What would be my condition? Hey, welcome to the stream. I'm staring at the screen, checking my logic. This is a rabbit hole I was avoiding because I knew it would drive me nuts. What is the purpose of this? That is always a great question. I'm checking the resources on the planet to the resources of the thing I'm trying to build to make sure I have the correct number of resources before executing the build cycle. So I already did that here. But I do this here for this when I'm building buildings, but I do it again when I am making ships, and then again if I'm doing some other thing. So I'm trying to create a function that does this, but it needs to be a little bit more robust than what I have. But I'm thinking it might just be simpler. And like I'll stare at it for hours, and then maybe like 2 days later I'll go, oh, that makes sense, and then come back to it. But I can't see the question. Hold on a second. A crafting logic? Yeah. Kinda. But I want the function to report which resources are missing. So right now, it does it, and there's a simple comparison that'll say if there is or isn't, but it doesn't tell you what resources there are. So I was going to fix that. Yeah, but I think my initial approach was fine. I'm sure there's a simpler way. I wonder if I could try a temporary, like you need to go to sleep. What are you doing way up here if you're tired? Smash that like button, yeah. Smash it. So AP, you're gonna hop off. So I was thinking I shouldn't do that because it's dangerous. We'll say has versus missing, right? Let's say this is one, and this is the other. I could. This might be dangerous, but I could do has.num is less than in resource num, or missing num. I wouldn't want to do it as an or. I could do it as an and. I might be able to get away with that. That's very messy. But then I could check and I could load onto missing versus the other. I should just try it with add unique and see if that solves part of the issue with adding multiple. Yeah, an array of has versus need. I knew it would be a rabbit hole. Alright, I'll continue with what I was doing. So if the resource from the planet is equal to the resource coming in, and that resource amount. Oops, we do not want to do that. Okay, be careful. And the resource amount is on the planet is greater than or equal to the resource needed. In resource amount. If they're the same, it won't matter. Let's see. Ian, you're saying subtract the array you are comparing with the other array to get the missing resources. Requires 2 petro, has 1 petro. What was needed? I mean, I can do that for the amounts, but I don't see... Yeah, that would have worked for the amounts, but for the resource type itself, I need to have that value because I'm not giving back to the player. So let's say you're missing a certain amount of petroleum. It won't say you're missing 35 petroleum or whatever. It won't say that. It'll just say you're missing petroleum or you're missing hydrogen or whatever the thing is. So that, but on this check. If it is available, I can add it to the available list. But I think what I'll do is add it to the available list, and then But getting that one that's missing, that's throwing me a loop here. Get it? Because I'm in a loop. I'm throwing myself through a loop. Okay, I think what I'll do is I'll do this, and then after that we'll exit the loop. Whatever's been added has been added. We will then check if available resources is equal to the resources that we need. So in resource so we'll do a quick compare, right? Because if this number is that number, then we should have the correct number. I was just thinking maybe I should change this to a bool to be a true or a false. Alright, so if those are not equal, then I think I ran back into the same logic trap though. Oh, wait a second. Were you saying, a resource struct that overloads equal and out in return. Sorry, I'm not quite getting you, but I think you gave me an idea. Hold on. So the idea that I was just popped in my head as I'm looking at this, it was because Ian was saying subtract, but my brain went to mathematical subtract. But a subtractive operation would be good here. So like, I'm gonna do it on a comment. Sorry. Too many things happening in my brain at once, but basically... I'm going to make an extra random loop here for the sake of thinking, but let me just borrow that. That's going to be my end resource. And I'm gonna do this and then fix it, but I think this might work. This would be Am I removing at the index? I ran into this before where I was doing remove wrong. I do just pass in the number, right? Remove at. Of course, doing it this way resizes the array. So that could be a bit messy. But this would be a subtractive method, where I have a known list, and then I just remove the thing that I don't need from that list. It is C++. It is very bad C++. But yeah, it's very bad C++. Okay. Especially in a loop, yeah. I'm in a mental loop, that's the problem. But getting back to this, so a subtractive method might work. The problem is this is going to resize this array. So for example, if we go back to this, and I'll just steal that. Let's say at some point this index gets removed, right? Oh, petroleum's something we don't need, so it gets popped off. This index gets updated to this, which would then be out of order on the loop. On the subsequent go-around. It might not matter. It might be okay. I think that would be okay. Because let's say we're at 0. The first instance of this, we would do the compare. And if it were equal, we'd pop it off. Then 1, we go through, we start back at 0, so 0, 1. And then, so we might be okay. We might be able to pop that off without having to worry about the loop crashing. Break out of the inner loop here. Talking about this guy. Why not break out of this one? Or break out of the loop entirely? I don't want to break out. It would need to go through the list. And let's say if this gets... No, you might be good. You might be on that. Yeah, because if we... Well, we might not need to. Because it should only ever be equal to one of those items. It would run the comparison, pop the one off, go here, and then start back up. So if we're in the beginning of it, yeah, I guess it's fair. Because really, yeah, this one should only ever be equal to one of them. So breaking this loop would be fine. We'd go back to this one and start over. So yeah, we could break here. We could break here just fine. And then it would go back, and then it would check, and if it hit another one, it would just break. Okay. Alright, so we're going to enter, we're going to check against the planet and see what resources are on the planet. So if we go through, we get all the available resources, we can then exit here. If the available resources if the number of available resources is not equal to the number of resources that we need, then I think we can run this loop here. Talk about never nesting, though. That would be a mess. I only need one of these, I think. So, which one? Needed resources or available resources? Which word type is better for the brain? But I think I'm going to use missing resources. Yeah, breaking out a loop is a great feeling. When you break out early, you're like, yeah, I accomplished something. But why is this a mess here? So if our available resources does not match those resources that we need, then we need to figure out what resources are missing. But this is more than 4 deep. Somebody who is in the never nesting line of thinking will be very upset about this. That's a lot of nesting. But missing resources, this guy, maybe we don't have to do this right away. I'll create these, I'll set them both to empty. Oh, I think they default to empty. Never mind. We'll create these. And then in here, if we get to this point, we'll set this to whatever this is, then we'll loop through it. Remove whatever. Which one do you think is the more descriptive one, though? Needed resources or missing resources? They both do the same thing, right? Ultimately. All right. So, getting back to that logic, if what is available does not match what we need, basically, we will set the missing to whatever that is, and go through and then pop out whatever we have. We'll end up with a list of missing resources. Yeah, I think this will fire off as a bool. I should make this a bool. I was going to do it as a string to store the message, but I think, because I'm calling this inside of that function. I need a way of showing that it succeeds, so making it a bool makes it easier for it to succeed. I guess I can make it a bool and then use out. Can I use out in C++? I could out whatever the missing resources are. That might be the better way. Make it a bool and then out missing resources. So Ian is saying to just get the amount of missing resources because you're going to need to get the number of leftover resources after you use them anyways. And then check if the needed resource is greater than 0. I don't do the deduction until later in the build function. This is just checking for availability. Let me see if I can out this. Planet H. No, I don't think I have an out function for C++. Wonder what the equivalent out function is, or out operation. Looks like I'd have to pass it by reference. If I wanted to do it that way. I'm not outing a pointer, so I don't need that, but I could out. Or I could make the return type, I could make the return type an e-resource type. then I can just return that, and then no. I think ultimately I'll have to update the messaging system that I'm using, because I don't need to know the available resources. I just need to know if I have those resources. So I think I'll make it a bool. We'll come back up, make this a bool. Oh, I just broke my stuff. No, that was right. That was right. It's just mad that I'm returning the wrong type here. Okay. Okay, I think that's good there. All right. Alright, if we get to here, then true, we're good. If missing resources, num, we can return false. This is very crude, but I want to check to see if this will do its job without getting stuck. So I'm going to stop this one. I don't think I need this. And then I will stop this one. Okay. then I need to pass in the planet resources. So planet stats dot resource type. Right. No, wait, I don't have to do that. I'm passing in the building's resource types. So that's going to be building list. I am passing the building type, right? Yeah. Any building type. I could just copy and paste it, but it's whatever. Building type -1. Resource type. I don't need the .num though. And then I need the resource amounts. So same thing. Except resource amount. I called it resource cost. All right, assuming that's not broken, probably return true instead of break. You mean up here? If I do a return here, what that'll do is it'll exit the entire function and then go back to the calling function, which is the construct building function. I don't want to do that yet because I need to build this list. I'm going to be outputting a message from here. I just don't know how I want to do it yet. That's why I was thinking if I return out this list, if I make this a resource type, the function itself be a resource type and then return it to itself, I could check to see if that list is empty. And then if that list is empty, then it's true, false, whatever. I could do it that way. I don't know how I want to do that just yet. But yeah, if I return here, it'll exit the whole function. The break just exits the loop. It should just exit this loop, and then this loop will continue and do again. All right, let's give this a test and see what breaks. I'm expecting something to break, not just the loop. Hey, welcome to the stream. Pop in, say hi. Alright, looks like it's up. Let's test it and see if it crashes. Alright. Assuming everything goes well, I should be able to build this building. That building's added to queue. And it's already in queue. This one's added to queue and is already in queue. So those are okay. I'll end my turn. And I'll end my turn a second time just so I can get some ships. And I'll end my turn a third time. I probably should have made more ships, but I'm going to grab this one. I'll send those out, and I'll make a few more ships. Now, I'm getting not enough resources on creating the ship, but I'm not using the new function on create ships. I'm only using it on buildings. So I do have to end my turn. Allow the taking over of this planet. Let's go to that planet. Oh, that's really close up. But I'm at that planet now. That building's added to queue. I don't think it should have been added to queue. And that building got added to queue. So my function's not working. I should not be able to build these. Alright. I should not have been able to build those. You know what I didn't do? I didn't run debugger. I didn't check what happened there. So we passed building already in queue. And I'm checking to see if this returns out false. Then it should return out false, right? Let's run that again, and I'll run the debugger. I'll see what I did wrong. Hey, welcome to the stream. Sorry. I'm going to break that because I'm going to also run that function on build ships. Construct ship. Check for correct number of resources. I will break this one off. And then I'll run that again. Where are you at? Don't be a copy-paster, I tell people. The difference is going to be we're going to be using ship type, and we're going to be using the ship list. So ship list resource type. That's going to go here. And then ship list resource cost. Okay. Just because I can hit the button for creating a ship on the same planet, and it just makes it easier. And then I will throw a breakpoint here. There's like something in the upper corner of I'm sorry. We will run this in viewport. So 1, 1, and 5. All right. These should pop up as empty. Yes. That one's invalid, it's not finished. But now is empty. Alright, we're going to go through and check available resources. So this planet has 3 resources. And then the resource types that I have, I just need iron. So it should check and compare. So petroleum is in 0, and then this one should have iron in 0. Yeah. This came up empty. Okay, we should be starting at the top of the loop, checking. Iron was the last one on the list here, right? Yes. So that passed. Let's go back and we'll step over. And then we step out. Okay. So in this case, the number that we need and what is available should be the same. Max 1, so it should skip this check. It should skip that check, return true, which it does. Okay, so we can continue, and that's fine. I don't need to run the breakpoint on the next building. So end, end. So now I'm going in the negative. I certainly don't have enough resources, but I'm able to add to queue. So now I need to see that breakpoint again. Okay. So available resources, empty, empty. Right, so I'm checking if we have the resource and the resource amount is greater. So available resources should be empty. Let's skip that one. Skipped out of there. Skip that one. That one entered. Which one is that? Okay. Which index is this? 1. So hydrogen I think is fine, but iron was negative, so hydrogen's probably okay. Now it should skip over, so iron should not have enough. Okay. Available resources. The number available. That should evaluate to... Oh, it's going back. Okay, so now we're actually out of that step. So I need 2. So these should not be equal, so it should enter. Okay. You should now have the same amount as that. We'll go in, we'll do a compare, yes. So 0 is iron and 1 is hydrogen. And we got 0 is iron and 1 is hydrogen. Oh, I think I see what I did something silly there. I should be comparing available resources here. Available resources, available resources. Okay. This is why the debugger exists. It helps me sort out my logical errors. You know, Seth Brundle said that computers are dumb. They only do what you tell them. And I told the computer to compare the incoming resources with the missing resources. And it did. It did that very well. So let's, now that I have them comparing the correct things, let's see what happens. Make a few, and then go. Alright. I'm pretty sure this is going to pass, so I will say, okay. In queue, and turn a couple times. Alright. Not enough resources. That seems to be working. So now how do I want to send that out as a message? What is going to be a good way of doing that? The current messaging system is very simple. It's it just grabs the string from the function. So this is where it gets a bit weird because, well, not weird, but tricky because of how I wrote this. So this function is a string and it returns strings, right? Those strings go directly into the little message that gets displayed, and it just grabs that message and shows it for a second and then disappears. If I do this one as a string and have it output the message, I could do a check for an empty string, and if the string is empty, then, or if the string is not empty, then I could have it output whatever that message is. I think that would work. And it doesn't have to be a bool. It being a bool is nice, but to work with my current messaging system, outputting it as a string, and then returning that string value, I think would be fine. Where that's not so clean is, hey, welcome to the stream. Where that's not so clean is how I'm getting this out. So I'll stop that. We're here. Oh, there it is. I was like, where'd it go? Okay. So these are the different messages. The output text is a simple text object. You go find him. Right here. So this grabs a message and then displays the text. After a few seconds it hides itself. So update output message. We'll look for that. Actually, I can just find references by name. So this is a clear pop-up. This one. Yeah. So here's like if I'm making a refinery, some stuff gets checked. And then it grabs this, and then there's a return. If the return was successful, it just goes to queue or whatever. It just grabs from there. So this is how that messaging system works. It's not the cleanest messaging system. So yeah, if I turn it back into a string and output that, let's see how that goes. Let's see how that goes. I haven't changed anything in here, so I'll exit this. Put that back as an F string. And I'll bring this back as an F string. Okay. I can return an empty string. Or I can do no, I think it'll just be this. I was thinking I could do toString.empty, but I don't know if I can. No. Just an empty string. The output of this would be what kind of message do I want to give? I could be lazy and go the StarCraft route. So, as I recall in StarCraft, If you don't have, of course, if you don't have minerals, it'll say not enough minerals. If you don't have gas, it'll say not enough gas. But if the thing you're trying to build requires both gas and minerals, and you don't have minerals, let's say you don't have minerals or gas, it doesn't say not enough minerals or gas, it just says not enough minerals. So I could just I could work off of that model and just grab the first element in the list and say not enough of that. But I only technically have the 3 resources, but I want this to be scalable. One of the challenges in the game is to have more than 3 resources. Maybe I'll scale that back, I don't know, but I'm trying to think of how to build the string and add to the string. If I need more than one resource. So like, not enough iron. But if it's not enough iron and petroleum, not enough iron, comma, petroleum, or not enough iron and petroleum, or how do I want to do that? So let's work on that. Am I not getting that correctly? Oh, it's a... no matching operator, int, e-type. Oh, I gotta get the... Oh no, it returns the last element. I want the last index. This returns last element. I want last index. I guess they don't have a short for last? I guess I can do num minus 1, but I had a shorthand for last. I know they do in C sharp. Line stack. I guess num minus 1. That'll give me the last one. So if it is the num minus 1, then message is equal to whatever that is, and I want to get the missing resource. Let me go borrow. I had it. Did I delete it? I deleted it. I had a section that I commented out that I deleted, but it actually had the thing that I wanted. That's a shame. I need to get the name of the enum. I'm not getting a pop-up on that, though. Can't do enum2 string unless there's... Let me look it up. Oh, I don't remember. Unreal. Says to use get value as string. Let's see what the forums say. Well, that takes an N64. Maybe I can do it this way. I didn't see that option though. No. Don't have it that way. But you know what I do have? I do have the capacity to control Z until I get back to what I had here. Is this on building? Yeah. What about on ship? That might be a minute. I really don't want to do it that way. I don't want to do it that way. That's such a mess. Yeah, that's exactly what I was using before. UENum get value as string, and then that. So that's what I was using before. I'm gonna paste this back in. If I do it that way, it runs that check again. It's not what I... I'll tab that over. I don't really have a cat in here anymore, but I keep getting cat hair on everything. This is... this. That's not very clean either, but that would do the same thing, assuming the output message is here. And I will do this down here. Okay, so that should be whatever. Although having to do this every time I want it is a bit of a mouthful, but it would be nice if this by itself outputted the message and then, you know, exited, but it's okay. I can still use it to block passage. There might be a better way. Okay, so I'm going back here, and according to my notes that I had, I was doing the exact same thing. So unum get I want get value as string. There we go. Okay. So to go through, we'll check. If it is the last one, it'll just do this. Alright. If it's the last one, we'll do this. Else if what do I want to do here? I want it to be I'm trying to think of another condition that I can run that doesn't contradict the first condition. And forget the order of operations. If so this is where the I might run into a contradiction. So if we are the last index, then we're just going to say whatever the name is. So if it's 0, it'll say not enough whatever, right? If it's so if our last index is 1, basically, if there's one element and we are an element 0, then element 0 would be equal to index 0, and then we would have the end of the message. If it's the second to the last index, then we're going to put and after the name, and I should be a space on either side. Not enough blank and what space, whatever the name is. If I is less than the second to the last index, then it should be the name, comma, space, whatever. But the contradiction could be here. I should be okay, because if this is 0, 0 would be equal, and this would, if this were only one element in the array, then we would be too far out of it, so this would fail. So I think we're okay. And then we will return the message here. Otherwise, it'll be an empty string. Of course, comparing strings is a bit slow, so it's not the most efficient way of checking, but it's going to be minuscule based on compared to some other things. So a lot of those multiple loops being checked. But let's see what it does. So 1. Building added to queue, building added to queue. Already in, cool. All right. Not enough. I was hoping to catch it. It still takes it off. Not enough enum resource type iron. But I just want to get iron. But it did give me the correct value, right? So not enough iron. Not enough iron. But it's giving me the entire enum string. I'm going to end my turn. me go take over a planet. I'll go grab this one. I gained some planets. Yay. Cool. So planet 5 does not have enough what? Hydrogen? So I can build that. Not enough. So that got a weird result. Crap, I was trying to... There we go. I was going to capture this. We got not enough hydrogen, petroleum. The "and" happened at the end here. I'm going to have to see the order of how those are firing, because those are weird, and I got an extra gap here. So let's try removing this thing. Like I can build a switch, you know, but I don't want to have to check for every resource type. It's built into its name. You know, if I hard code those values, it's going to be a pain. Okay, let's go back to here. So I wonder why that returns that. It got value as string. Let's see, get. Let's try get display name text by value. No, we'll do get name string by value. I don't know why this one fails though. This fails because it needs to take in an int 64. I mean, I can force it to be an int 64. No, casting it didn't do anything for me here. I'm not sure. It says returns a short name matching the enum value. Returns empty if invalid. I could do it this way, but that's just a byte type. So I understand. I don't know why it would take an int 64. How would it get the enum from that? I'm gonna have to look up the usage of this thing. Yeah, I don't get how that works. Name string by enum value. Let's try. Get value by name. We can try get display name text by value. That also takes an int 64. This one just takes in the enumerator value. Get value by name, I guess. No, I don't want value by name. Get name. And then get value as name. I can try that, but I might have to convert it to a string. Can I toString it? I'm only doing one, that way I don't have to change 50 of them, you know. I can run it off of I can check it off of like a building or something and just see what it does. Oh. I miss my kitten. My gray fuzzy little flea bag. Misty was very cute. She was very sweet. She stayed in my lap, petted her. She was chill. Give her hugs, give her kisses. I miss her. I don't miss the irritating sound she makes. That I don't miss. Poor kitten. I don't miss climbing in the bed and realizing I'm laying in cat puke. That I don't miss. She would leave me little sneakies like that. It's like, hi, surprise. Oh, thank you. Same thing, not enough resource types, iron. Pretty sure there's nothing missing in the index, right? So, yeah. Okay. It's weird that we can't... yeah, because the value is that, static inline. I guess I could go through and subtract all of the characters I don't want, but I'd rather not have to do that if I don't have to. Hey Joe, how's it going? Oh. Yeah, I'm pretty interested in seeing me figured out too, because I don't know why that's doing the thing. What time is it where you're at? Let me check the forums and see what they have to say about this sort of thing. Ugh, I hit the wrong thing. I think they're trying to do it. Get name by index. I could try that. Oh, I don't know. Whoops. I ended up skipping my own thing. There I am. 12:35. Okay, we're probably about the same time zone. Yeah, East Coast. Yeah. What is it doing versus what I want it to do? So I'm trying to get the name of the enum, but it's giving me the entire enum and the enum element. So here's an example. So I want to spit out, not enough, hydrogen or petroleum or whatever the resource type is. But it's giving me the full enum name and the child. So I'm like, well, that's not very helpful. Let me try get name by index. Let's try get name string. It says I can't do that. It wants an int 32. But then I don't understand how it pulls from the enum. Because if I'm just passing in an int, how does it know what enum I'm dealing with? It only takes in one parameter. I mean, not to string it. And I can't cast that as an int 32. So So that wouldn't work anyway. Name string by index. I'll be banging my head against the wall all night trying to figure that out. You know, it's one of those things that in Blueprint works just fine because you just pass it in and it does the conversion, but I don't see what the conversion is here. And it says returns a short name at the edom index. I don't think I can... No. I can try it this way. I don't think I am able to, though. What is this? E-resource type. Yeah, I only have access to these in there. I don't have enum options. Maybe I can get it to... No, I can't do that. Well, darn. Let's see. Here's a Reddit post. Let's see what it says. I can try. On the Reddit post, it says I can use get display value as text. Let's try that. Get display value as text. Did I try display name text by value? I did, but it wanted int 64. Okay. They say get display value as text. Get display value as text. I guess I'll have to two-string it. Did I already try this one? I feel like I already tried this one. Although this may have an override. Let me take a look at the override options. Numerator. Enumerator.get value. I wonder if I can. Well, I didn't see a getter off of the enum itself. Okay. All right. There we go. That one worked. Get display value as text. That's the one that works. All right, let's see what happens when I grab. Oh, I need to end my turn. There we go. Let's grab these. I'll grab this planet as well. I'll end my turn. Let's where are those ships? There they are. Yeah, I got that planet. I'll hop onto that planet. That one says not enough iron. Okay. Let's go to, what's the other planet in my list? In both cases, these both don't have iron. What other planet options are there? That's mine. Oh, I need to go back to planet 1. That was interesting. I don't know if this is the AI, so I will send one ship to there. I don't want to win, because if I win, then I end up exiting. Where's planet 2? Okay. I'm going to go there. Been a while since C++. Yeah. Well, this is this is an enum, so that's the tricky part. Is you got to use. It's not even an enum. It's Unreal's version of an enum. But I mean, I got the value, but if I go back to the H file here. I think that's actually under the helpers. Helper. There we go. Oh, it isn't. It probably is under the planet then. That's the CPP file. It's in here somewhere. There we go. So I'm using the uenum macro, and they're using enum classes. But this is an Unreal interpretation of an enum, so it has its own rules for how it's being written. So I have to figure out the correct syntax for grabbing the name off of it, which I eventually did, but it took like an hour and a half, something like that. But we did get there. We did finally get there. Ah, crap, I won. I didn't want to win the game. Okay. I'll make 10 planets this time. Same dealio. I need to see how they're going to stack up. I assume I know how they're going to stack up. But, not enough iron. In turn... And they need to have the planet long enough to experiment with it. I'm waiting for that to refill. There it goes. Okay, I can end that turn. I need to make these ships easier to see. I can't see them. There they are. That one, and then that one. I gained a bunch of planets. Okay. So planet 7 is missing hydrogen and iron. So I'm going to go to planet 7. And I'm going to try to build it. It gives me not enough iron. Okay. So I'm getting this one because I didn't change the other ones. Alright, let's go back. Planet CPP. Where was I? Okay, so get display value as text. Why? Oh, you know what? I'm gonna try Ian's little trick here. Ian, I tried your thing, but I didn't know how to do it, so it broke. I tried Control R, but it required a second input. Okay. Okay, what do I got here? I have to 2-string it. And then this one's got to be a 2-string. And then I was getting these out of order. So why was I getting them out of order? Because the and happened before this one. It's alright. I will watch the string build through the debugger when it's running. If it's the last index, it should just be the one value. If it is the second from the last index, okay, so it's because it is coming out of order. It's going to read the second to last index before it gets to the last index. That's why. Sometimes you have to think through your code. You have to think through your code most of the time. I could change the order of these. I could put this one first, and then let's see. Yeah. I may have to break this down a bit further. Because if you have two things, you know, if it's just one thing, then it would say not enough iron. If it's two things, it should be not enough iron and, you know, whatever. But you normally wouldn't put a comma between that and whatever. But if you have three things, there should be a comma between each, and then the and. Yes, I am in favor of, is it the Oxford comma? I put the third comma in there. gonna have to flip this around, I think. I was going to break it up and do if missing resources is greater than 2. But really we don't have that condition, so I couldn't test for it anyway. Because I only have 3 resources, and right now an item can only miss 2 of them. I don't think you can ever miss all 3, because a planet has at least 1 resource type. And Nessalu for the grammar? What are you thinking, Joe? Well, at the moment we can never have a planet with less than... We can't have a planet with no resources. So I won't be able to test the separation by comma. But I do want to test it. Which means I'd have to make up a resource that could break a lot of things. Well, that kind of happens here for the count. As it steps to the loop, if this is less than the second to last, then it should throw a comma in there. So that this should account for that potential. Like should in theory and application, they not always the same thing. But like I said, I can't really test this one anyway. The only way I could test it is to make a 4th resource. But I don't know how that would break it, how badly that would break things, because I don't have anything that uses a 4th resource. That could cause so many issues. But what about this one here? if I mean, I could do if the number of resources is like this, I could do this. So like you're saying about checking the count, I could do missing resources.num. If it is greater than if it is equal to 2, then I could do it one way. And then if missing actually I could do less than or equal to 2. It's less than or equal to 2. And then this could just be an else. And I could change how it gets organized here. But I still run into the same problem here, where sorry, in my head. In both cases, I'm still getting my AND hitting first, because the first one is going to be 2 away from the last index, because I'm checking second to last index. Oh, it's so messy. Let me comment this out. And I'll steal this again. Alright, let's check. We'll do if it's the last index and missing resource num. I could do a discrete condition if it's equal to 1, and then get the single. That's a lot of branching. That's not very clean. Break the whole thing accidentally. I've probably done that a few times. Maybe a condition check inside the if and else. Yeah. What I was thinking about here, kind of the same thing, but doing a secondary condition on the if. So if it's the last index and the value itself is just 1, then we do a single string. I don't like that. There's got to be a nicer way, a more efficient way. But we can work on efficiency. Right? So if there's only one element, well, that's just a silly check. That's redundant. Yeah, because that works here. You ever find yourself going in a circle? Spinning your wheels. I'm definitely spinning my wheels here. You're saying a check inside the if else. That part's a mess, though. can do this. This handles a singular. And then down here, we could do if we're the last index and we're equal to 2, then we'll do this one. This is not clean at all. This is a mess. But we're going for results, right? Spun your wheels most of the time. Yeah. Did lots of counts everywhere. Just as sanity checks. Yeah. Yeah. I feel ya. Okay. Alright, so if we have 2, then we'll shove an AND in between. And we'll flip the script on the condition here. This one. It's basically this, but it's checking within itself. Although I think this is easier to read than this. Alright, so for the last index, and there's 2 elements, then we do this. And then a third condition would be something like that. But I want to see if these 2 work. I may go back to doing, like you were saying, doing a putting a condition in between these things. This might be the better way. Oh, looping backwards through the array? That could work. That could work. How would I build the string? Build the string the same way, right? Let me stew on that. Is this going to work? So if we go backwards through it, we would start at the last check would be because it would do and then comma and then might run into the same problem. That is an idea, though. Yeah, that's what Joe was saying. Is go backwards through it. Let me steal this planet and this planet, and I'm pretty sure that's not a home planet. I'm waiting for more iron. Come on. Just in case they attack, I wanted to have that planet secure. And I gained a bunch of planets. Alright. This planet. No iron. Iron and petroleum. So that worked for here. Grammatically, not enough iron and petroleum, or not enough iron or petroleum. So that was the problem I was thinking, is that if I were, depending on what you need, yeah. So I was like, going backwards seemed like an immediate no-brainer, and I was like, well, that sounds like a great idea. But then as I was piecing it in my head, I ran into the same problem that I was having, which was, it would put the and whatever in the wrong order. So I don't know. I won't know till I try. But this is working. This hodgepodge mess is working. There's got to be better programmers out there screaming, "Why?" But I might be okay. I don't think I'm ever, I mean, maybe. But this isn't scalable if I have more than 3 resources. Or if I have a thing that needs more than 2 resources, and for some reason we have three of them missing, it's not going to throw a comma in there, you know. Okay, so that part works so far. I'll hit stop. For the fun of it, let's see what happens if we reverse the thing. So this works. I'm going to comment this one out. Sometimes the silliest code is a solution, yeah. Yeah. Well, it's about scalability and how much trouble it gives me later on. So I try to, like when I'm writing a function or whatever, I try to plan ahead for... I can't plan for every possible contingency, but for common things that I should be aware of. So in this particular case, I should be aware of more than 2 resources. What happens if there's more than 2 resources that are missing? I don't know if I'll ever have more than 2. You know, I have a default of 3. The initial plan was to have more than that, but I may not. But I went back to rebuild this particular function because when I did the construct buildings, you know, I had written a version of this function to check resources and whatnot, but it gave a rudimentary message. It didn't really tell you what was missing. It just said, hey, you don't have enough resources, but it wasn't specific. And then I rewrote this function inside of the construct ship function, right? Here it is. So at that point I had, I had written the same code twice, and I was getting ready to do, I'm getting ready to do the upgrades and other things that you can purchase, other things you have to check resources for. And I'm like, well, I really don't want to write this thing a third time, and checking resources is going to be something they're going to have to do more often. So to not repeat the code, I'm like, I'm just going to put this into a function that I can call and have it just handle, all those. But while I'm writing it, I want to tackle a couple of those minor things. I also ran into an issue where right now the game's kind of broken. You can send resources that you don't have to a planet. And so the thing that checks the resources for sending is breaking. Probably because I wrote the same code 4 times and or 3 or 4 times and I did something different there. But if I have a single function that handles that well, I just call that function. And I only have one point of failure. So it's not so much about other people seeing my stuff, it's about how it affects me later on. So scalability is important. But yeah, okay, so we're going to try going backwards and seeing how that works. Missing resources .num we'll say is greater than, if it's greater than 2, then we can do I was going to do both in there, but then I realized I was going to trap myself. So I want to see if I is greater than I think it's going to be the same situation. I'm going to be comparing and checking if it's the last index. So if it's the last index, then we would do this one. So if it's the last index, we get that, and the else would be this way. And I'll take that off. right? Because every single one would have to have a comma space, and then if it's the last index, we would do and whatever. It is a bit weird thinking backwards like that, though. What's going on over here? Let's see. RTS games are difficult to code, so I can appreciate the effort that goes into it. Given the circumstances, I would have to agree. Ah! Oh no, I lost my phone thing. There we go. Oh, that was weird. There we go. It is tripping me out a little bit thinking backwards. But, you know, I mean, this would probably work just fine going forward. But thinking backward did help go here. Yeah, I think this would work the same if it were, even if I were going forward, this check would probably still work. Although for visual clarity, I do like, this is easier to understand than this sometimes. And then I would do these again. Like this. This goes against the never nesting principle, but this will make never nesters cringe. There's so many nests right here. And then the condition for greater than 2 would be here. And then I don't need this check here. Or this one. But I don't think counting backwards is necessary. I think it'll be fine without it. So assuming I didn't break anything, this should work. This one and this one should work about the same as it did before, and I'll never be able to test this one anyway. Yeah, I try to do the iterations in my head, but sometimes I have to go and just like do a notepad situation and just do it by hand. I actually like writing it down by hand. It's a lot quicker than typing it out. But the advantage of typing it out is I can copy and paste it, so I don't have to keep rewriting the same thing. I always wanted to do a Star Wars RTS type game, but it was $2 grand of a task, but it's still a fun game idea. RTS games are so addicting to play. Yeah, I play a lot of StarCraft. That's not true. I used to play a lot of StarCraft, and I played the crap out of Command & Conquer. And then I got introduced to StarCraft, and then I played StarCraft. And then we also played a bunch of Conquest, which was a turn-based strategy game. I always want to do sort of like a hybrid of StarCraft and Conquest, which is what this is. It's taking those two ideas and kind of... Because StarCraft is great, but it has way too much micromanaging. And Conquest has no micromanaging. It's all macro. So it's all... Your planets automatically build a certain number of ships every... Actually, hold on a second. I think I can pull it up. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah. There it is. This is Conquest. So it's just a grid, and each planet produces a certain number of ships per day or per turn, and that's it, right? Everything is imaginary. You don't see ships or anything like that. There's a calculation on travel. So, from here to there, each grid space is a turn. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It would take 10 turns to finally get to here. Well, 11, because one step over. Right? It takes you a while to get there. This would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Something like that, but 8 over. But you can see number of ships per day, production, how many, kill percent, so how likely ships from that planet are to deal damage and be successful. So I liked that, but I wanted to be able to see the ships and have some interaction. But StarCraft was too much going on, so I wanted to have sort of like a a happy medium, which is what this is. This is the happy medium. So you don't micromanage the ships. Those are automatically doing their thing, but you micromanage production and that sort of thing. So yeah, I thought it was a unique concept. If I'm feeling froggy, do two IDEs. Well, technically, for the Linux build, does Visual Studio work in Linux? I'd have to double check. It's been a while. I wouldn't want to run Visual Studio through Wine. I would like to do a native port. I know Unreal works in Linux. So there would, assuming that I have to use something other than Visual Studio, it would be different IDEs. Okay, let's test this, and I'll end my turn a couple times, and then I'll build some stuff. Not enough iron, that looks good. Cool. Now end a turn. Let's grab some stuff. This planet. I don't think this is a home planet, so I'll grab that one. Although the planets on the outer rim are difficult to get to because they're moving pretty quick. And I am at where? I'm there. Oh, I'm right next to it, so that makes life easier. This one is probably not a home planet, so I will take that. I take it back. That is a home planet. I may win. Okay. Cool. So this planet, if I go there, that building's out of the queue. Not enough hydrogen or petroleum, right? So I got 2 out of that. So that still works in the same order of operations. So I still have a way of checking all 3 though. Yeah. Just starting a game with a unique idea and unique game title. Yeah. There aren't really ideas in a can, I guess. It's a hybrid, but it's not really original, right? It's unique, and mixing those 2 properties. And the layout and design is kind of unique, but if you've played either one, you'll go, "Oh, this is kind of like that game," you know. Buildings in queue. Should I do not enough this and that, or not enough this or that? I hear thunder out there. What do you think? This and that, or this or that? I need to be able to zoom out. I can't zoom out. I also need to change the color of this. This should be like these. See if I can fix that timer while I'm here and I'm thinking about it. So that should be like those. Let me steal that color. I might have to pick a different color for the timer. Background color, we'll do that. So this button, let me copy this button. Oh, I guess I can't copy that button. Let me open that up real quick. Button, copy, paste. Okay. The border, let's make that border this color. So this is 1, 1, 1. Brush color. Now it matches, though I don't know I like about this. That's hard to see. The timer's not bad. Yeah. Even though this genre is really common, it's kind of a mix with RTS and turn-based. That is probably the trickiest thing to get down, because all of the actions that you execute are done on a turn-based schedule, but a lot of other things are real time. So like your resources, that updates real time. So let's say you're waiting for your planet to do a full revolution to get the next day's worth of resources. Well, you can run down your clock and do that, but everybody else is also gaining those resources at the same time. So even when you end your turn, it goes to them, they're going to have those resources available to them, because the mining is fairly consistent. But the execution of all those things that you do, that happens in between the turns. So like computer thinking, calculating actions, that's when everything happens. So all the ships are sent out during that time, all the buildings are finalized during that time. So that's kind of like a unique spin on that. I'm not sure what to do about this, because that is just awful to look at right here. So let me stop that. Border. Do I have the option to put a... This is draw as image. Let's draw it as a box. A rounded box. Outline setting. Corner radius, we can do 10. That's weird. Oh, there's no line width? 2. What is the line width on the button that's over here? Button. 10, 10, 10. Outline that color. See if I can copy the outline settings. Rounded type fixed radius width 1. There we go. Okay, so yellow or green or whatever this tint is on there is just not fun. I think I'll make... I don't know, what if I just did it like this? It's easier to look at for sure. And then I don't mind the highlight here, that's easy to see. But it comes back to my turn. Yeah, but that's because it's being overridden. I don't want to do it as yellow just because the button highlights as yellow. Although a weird quirk, all the buttons, these highlight as yellow, but these buttons that are drawn by an image, those have a highlight of green. It's something to do with how Unreal passes that color through. Anyway, to fix this, let me exit that. And I'll go to the turn info. Here's a big mess of spaghetti. Okay, so on here, this is getting changed back. So right now, we're getting this, but I'm just going to set this to 0 on the alpha. Oh, not conquest. So end turn, calculating, and then when it returns, it should be my turn again. Okay. It is, but I don't know why it is. So to show you that example, on the display. So on the button, I'm blending yellow at about with an alpha of 8, and this highlights yellow. On this button, you can see that. Although this one's blending at a 7, but I think a highlight of, or a blend of 8 is still the same. Yeah, that one's 8, that one's 8, 8, 8, 8. Oops, did I break something? There we go. Yeah. So this one is draw as box. Let me see what this one is. That one's draw as rounded box, but that's just because it's a different type. I have an image on the other one. But you can see the blended color is green for some reason. I can force inherit, which will make it blue again. Let's see. That's that, and 7. So for normal, this tint on here is this. So my guess is I'm getting a full override rather than a blend, because the image is right here. There's no image, so this, I think this is just being applied to a value of 0 and gets a full color override, whereas this one, because it actually has the image in here, I think, like you're saying, it's getting this plus that to get the green. If I were to remove this image, it would probably just be yellow. So what I might have to do is just make a yellow image in Photoshop, a yellow version of it, and then send it back. Which is lame. I don't want to have to do that. But to be consistent with everything, I could put everything else as a green tint. Oh, I'll show the the cheat that you can do currently. By the way, you can grab the game at Lame Duck Studios itch.io if you want to do a test play. It does not have the current update, so it doesn't look pretty. It's got the gray. But the one thing you can do and turn again. Maybe build one of them. Okay, so what you can do, let me go take over this planet. And I'll send a supply ship over there. Alright, so I should be able to conquer this planet. You can see their little attacker going out. Alright, so I gained this planet. I'm a bit close up, that's a bit weird, but it's okay. I'm going to then send resources. This is one of those reasons why I had to fix the resource checker, because this is broken. But I can totally send resources I don't have. Oh, I have to choose my destination planet. There we go. But I can totally send resources I don't have. I can even send that. I'll end my turn. There goes that ship. Hopefully it doesn't get killed. Bam, and then I'll jump back to here. And you can see I just delivered, 9,000 resources. I have resources I should not have. So now I can just build a bunch of ships. A lot. A lot. Quite a few. I might be here a minute. You never messed around in Unreal? I prefer Unreal to Unity. Unity is easier to learn, but you're limited to a lot of things that you can do in Unity. Unreal gives you a lot more stuff that you can use. It's just the learning curve is higher. But it's not that much higher. It's only a little higher. Alright, so I just made a whole bunch of ships there. And let's go take over the entire solar system. Shouldn't be too difficult, right? I'll just drop, 10 ships onto each planet here. One, two, three, four. I think I got to everybody. I don't have the action queue up, so I won't be able to see what I'm doing. Next thing in line on what I need to build. Alright. Sending out ships to everything. Hooray, I win. And of course, you need to update the messages, but yeah, you can totally send yourself more resources. Alright. I think we can call that success for the day. Thank you guys for joining me. I'm going to go to bed. It's about 2:15. I need to get back on a normal schedule because I have to go back to work on Friday. My vacation is going to be ending. Sadness. Teardrop. Alright guys, I'm going to see you later. Have a good night.